Jesus. How long am I gonna have to put up with the fact? Now? You good now, maybe? Nope. Jesus. Okay, now we're good, just as I'm about to end the frickin' now we're good, just as I'm about to. Wow, that's really synced. Wow. Yeah, just as I'm about to end the task or whatever. Okay, we good now for reals? Is this how it's gonna go? I just need to watch every frickin' stage just in case the YouTube stream, the OBS broadcast is gonna bail, dip on me, just be like, yeah, agree now, but nah, screw you. Fuck. So unfortunately, because of that little maneuver, we lost out on a bit of Radical Trains Stargate, but needed to circle back here anyway. But yeah, we lost the stir and the rest of the stage. Not much, mind you, but still pretty fucked. Because I think that's the first time it's done that. It's always been able when I try to start the stream. Well, I say always. In the last like couple of years, but yeah, no, it's been fine till it hasn't been. But now it's like, yeah, let's screw up midstream. Why not? I don't know what's going on because the internet is definitely not the issue. Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps I just need to uninstall, reinstall OBS. I really badly don't want to because I spent a while trying to get OBS in the state it's in now, just so I can stream with really great quality compared to like pretty much every stream since the start of streaming day one. And like what? Barely, if at all, a couple of years later, it's giving me random problems. Inconsistent problems, and really stuff that kind of stems from nothing actually major. Internet, if that was the issue, fine. You know, and like, look, in all fairness, for some reason or another, my iMac PC has been disconnecting itself from the internet. Well, my iMac has more so than the PC. And if that was the case, okay, fine, fair enough. I could maybe see why that would be screwed around with the OBS settings, but how often that does tend to happen on the PC, nah. Something else is going on. Lag. Yeah, I can't get over the sky. It just feels like visual for the sake of visual. And I feel like for the most part I'm pretty forgiving when it comes to pretty much anything, whether official or unofficial, a remake, remaster, as long as there's like a really great reason behind whatever is being implemented or changed. But yeah, for that sky, I was willing to be like, okay, if this is supposed to be, you know, like White Acropolis Bad Future type of thing, because we've gone to the future and this is, you know, supposed to be that same snow location but Bad Future style, and that's why the Northern Lights are present here. Fine, fair enough. But the fact that just in plain, you know, simple messaging fashion, basically just got the confirmation saying, nope, it's just a pretty sky. It's, just, I can't really get behind that. It just feels like, hey, look at me, look at all the fancy, funky kind of visuals I can make, you know, and it just feels like, man, easy on the ego, because it just comes off that way. You know, you even give me like some kind of like an in-game, in-mechanic, in lore, in-universe kind of a reason. Did maybe the Chaos Emerald, you know, cause this? Is the price of having the volcano erupt, that it's creating like a pretty visual in the sky or something? You know, is there anything that could be, you know, revealed to me that basically just helped me understand it, instead of just, nah, I just wanted to show off the visuals because, you know, look at me, I could do that because I can, because I want to. You know, it just, Just give me something to walk off. That's the thing. I feel like if this was literally just an addition to his own kind of story, his own standalone game, like that Silver thing he was kind of experimenting with, I'd, you know, shut up. I wouldn't bring it up at all, because, you know, it's an entirely new design. So I guess that's the thing, when you really take on something that's supposed to be remaking and remastering, improving upon what came before, but then something entirely new is just being added for the sake of just, you know, and it doesn't really expand on the story, it doesn't expand on the gameplay, it just, I don't know, I just think it's a bit odd, that's all. But, I question it more than anything. But as I pointed out before, I was surprised to see that the homing lock-on for the Rainbow Rings appears to be gone, which is actually something I wasn't a fan of. I don't remember pointing it out to him, but yeah, based on that, it seems like others also didn't really like it, or battery just kind of grew out of it. Because that's the thing, right? It's supposed to be a rainbow ring that is something that's hard to get to reach. And if you get it, it's supposed to send you far. It's supposed to be a hit or miss type of an opportunity and moment. And all of a sudden, if you just slap on like a homing lock on, it just feels like all that challenge is sucked out. It really just, yeah, takes away from it. What made it more of a challenge and a more rewarding accomplishment if you did reach it. Really happy about this one, how taking out the bomb box takes out the leader. Still think the leader could be mapped to the rest of the crabs, but irrespective, I was like, hey man, like look, I get it. It's annoying kind of improving hitboxes, but at this point, whether it's the bomb box or the enemy that moves closer to it, I don't really mind. Just, I feel like it's a bit of a big brain moment for the player if they realize, oh, hang on a minute, if I take this this box out, I'll take the enemy out in one hit. And I think for an enemy like that especially, that has quite the count on the health, yeah. For rules. I gotta remind myself about that, the chain jump collision detection. But yeah, I gotta say that frickin' pre-Ur6 Unity, it was a very interesting time to be a Sonic fan, or better yet, a Sonic Ur6 fan. Because you really did not have anything to go off of to piece together what was supposed to be the real definitive Ur6 experience, because pre-Ur6 Unity was really a pre-Ur6 modding scene. Not to say there weren't mods, of course, but very minimal, and there weren't really any kind of like organizations or some kind of place to bring modders together to really band together to try to get Ur6 modding into an actual modding scene. And that's why I'm really proud of the current community and how, you know, it essentially started with two modders, myself and this other modder, who I won't mention because he is was going through a lot of life issues, so hope he's doing better now, but it was just us two. We just started from nothing, and try to reach out and see if we could get other modders like Pontra or Mifasu to join just to kind of expand it, and it happened. And it's amazing how much it really took off. I'm really grateful to have been a part of these experiences. Because while it wasn't easy, and a lot of stuff was going on back in the day, it still did bring together the community that did become, whether it was LOS or even Peter 6. Because, no, it just, it felt like a very big gap of like, what's the word? It just felt very lonely, I guess. Not really having many people talking kindly about Ur6 and the potential it had, and trying to do something about that ultimately. Because, you know, rush games are rush game, of course, but it didn't feel like anybody wanted to see if they could do anything about that, and I think that was kind of the original idea, to see if we could get a community together to see if we could do something about it, whether through mods or a remake or something, and that's why I'm just so happy with how everything turned out. And I said it before, but it's really why I feel a bit more confident now. I could step away and not have any worries. That's great. But yeah, this kind of going back to what I was mentioning before about having like a timer or some kind of a speed limit for March speed sections. I just feel like there should be something where if you go too slow or take too long, you should get some kind of a message or some kind of indication that, okay, you went too slow, try again. Because the fact that I can stop like this, I've just never been a fan of. As you can see, train's there at the end. Hasn't entirely gone away, but it should very much have gone into the tunnel and basically pull like a shadow radical train where he's like, you'll never catch me, ciao. And that's it, because I shouldn't be able to go backwards like this. I shouldn't be able to, you know, take my time and just be like, yeah, screw that Elise, you know, Sarah's where it's at. Nah, fuck Sarah. No, just, yeah, Princess Elise, Princess Elise, just clone her the same way Eggman cloned his robots. I think I heard Tails and Knuckles over here. They might need my help. Actually, I always wondered, yeah, what happened? Oh shit, I get stuck. Nope. Yeah, I always wondered if there could be like some kind of an explanation that like, oh, okay, so why weren't they in the cutscene when Silver attacks Sonic? Well, actually, maybe it's because during the final train that was rigged to hit the bombs, Sonic was like, all right, Tails, Knuckles, you look after them, get them back to safety, make sure it's not gonna encounter any more bombs, I'm going after Eggman, type of thing. But, yeah, I can do all this and then some. And the train will still be there. And it's just a shame. Because it's just, I mean, how do I put it? I'm not a fan of the fact that there is no sense of urgency. You know, it's in the line. He literally says, "Uh-oh, gotta speed up," and you know, except not really, because I can take my time apparently. So yeah, no, I absolutely believe something can be done and something should be done. I really don't mind what it is. If it's like a timer, or just a speed cap, kind of like Crisis City. Just to basically be like, no, catch up to the train, otherwise do it again type of thing. And I actually don't mind the idea of like a Kingdom Valley as well. Just better hurry, otherwise, you know, the power's gonna maybe seal itself up and the water's gonna drown Sonic if he doesn't hurry. I don't know if it's really clear. I don't recall it being clear that Eggman gets the Chaos Emerald that he's looking for in Kingdom Valley, so yeah, irrespective, it just I could buy that the Emerald's power caused the sea to split, irrespective of whether or not Eggman actually got it or not. I mean, better yet, you could almost say frickin' Silver pulled it before kind of splitting off from Sonic. That'd be a cool visual, actually, but nah, too much work. Interesting to think about, though. Actually, I'd be surprised how much speed he does quickly pick up. Not used to that. Yeah, because like even in the air, you do get that same speed back. Shocking. There was an Uncharted game that I remember playing and just being like, oh my god, this would be so useful for a radical terrain. Because it was such a long section, but I really did enjoy it. And I just felt like, holy cow, how the hell was radical terrain not this long? It could have been such a good excuse to basically explain how the terrain transitions from this type of an area to White Acropolis and to the forest and, you know, back to the new city type of thing, you know? It just would have been so cool to see. But yeah, you do all that and then some. Train's still waiting for you. We're good with that, aren't we? Yeah. Now, is this going to give me any grief? I do wonder. Yeah, I don't know why. I've just always kind of struggled getting a S rank on Unity. Yeah, I think I'm actually really fine when it comes to the jump dash. I remember I used to kind of struggle using it, but I don't know if it's changed, but it does feel a little better. Maybe I'm just not jumping straight into like the legacy jump dash and from that to the straight. Because it does seem to preserve at least a little bit of momentum. Okay, that's not good. Just slowing down a bit too much there. Or just position so it lands on the thing. I remember I wanted there to be a couple more springs here, because I do think it's pretty whack that, for one thing, the collision detection is not anywhere as near as big as the original, and because of which, you literally can't actually run in between it if you're not careful. Yeah, let me say that is frustrating when that happens. Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's something about this section that doesn't feel as vast as it did in the original, and I think that is a true shame. I think it's because it's not as green as it used to be. I think by having more green looking lighting, see like this doesn't look too bad now. I don't mind this, I can get behind this. But as it looked when I initially approached the area, it just made it feel a little bit small and just, there's the limit, there's the distance. Because, like, yeah, visually I can see what he was going for. But I think it just kind of makes the location not feel as vast as it actually is. Still think you might be able to kind of steer left and right during these kinds of sequences. Because that's the thing, you know, if it's going to be like an automated sequence, the worst thing you can have and do in that moment is to basically just be like, well, okay, here we go again, the game's playing itself, I guess I'll just sit back. No, include the player. Have that freedom, that ability to steer Sonic during the process. Not to the point where he can get himself killed, but just so you can redirect him to get more Trails of Rings. Especially since there are literally multiple Trails of Rings to get. Trails that can and will be missed. Yeah, this score is not doing it. I don't think I defeat as many enemies as perhaps I should be. I should have shielded there. So even like here, I'm kind of just redirecting to the dash panel in case you miss it, or aimed to miss it. Yeah, it might have been fun with the ring attack if I didn't lose it, but yeah, no, it does feel like more of an effort is required there. To the point that I'd say that I don't know if it's like just enemy storing or what, but it low-key does not feel like a normal stage. It feels like a hard stage. I mean, obviously it is still the normal placement, but something does feel a little bit harder than it used to be. Really? See what I mean? I actually did do that on purpose, but I'm just going to try to save it again. Yeah, just yeah, that's a good point though. That like, especially if you're on the run, because you can't just turn immediately to face the other direction to quickly get the lock on to save you. So even then, that's not really, you can't use the jump dash out of an air state as an excuse of like, well, you can do that to save. It's like, well, no, if you're running, not really. Shit. Yeah, there really is a time limit. I don't really remember. I mean, I know there was one, but there wasn't. I don't remember it being that prominent. I remember people making it more clear that you need to be more wary of landing on the ground. around after it. Unless that's something that I kind of pointed out in one of my videos. It's like, okay, well, yeah, no, there was a time limit originally. Alright, let's put that on board. Because the thing is, yes, there was a time limit, but it wasn't so much a time limit regarding the, like when the next, like what's going to be the final trick message. It was more so, can you get the next trick message to play before the one that's presently showing expires. So really, as it stands, there's nothing really wrong with the way it's set up. It's more so, can we see the message that we've currently got, so that, you know, we can kind of keep tabs on it before it expires. Because it's kind of like the other way around at the moment. It's like you don't see it at all until you basically get the final message that you're supposed to get. Whereas you were supposed to have all the messages basically kind of update as you did more tricks. And if it went away, then you'd have to redo it. So I think the only time it was supposed to actually go away intentionally was when you get perfect and you've basically gone beyond that. The score would keep updating, but the message was supposed to vanish at that point because there's nothing after that, essentially. But yeah, like here, just steer like right about now, get those rings that I just missed. You know, just I feel like that's just waiting to happen, you know? It's daring to be done, whether through mods or through this. I don't know why, but there is a difference in the timer, and I know Chaos has stated that it is supposed to be the same value. So I don't know if it's like the slowdown of the original that's perhaps throwing off the time. But yeah, something does feel, to me anyway, different. Even before it's actually the other way around. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm dreading going through the amount of builds coming up, because like, while I am psyched about it, I am also nervous because of the amount that is required to basically get through. Because I could very easily do what most would probably want to do and just jump into what's new, test that, go, yeah, that's good, whatever, be done with it. But I really have made sure to like cover every single stage with each build, for every single beta testing build, just in case something breaks along the line. Because that's the thing, I'm always like looking for things that can be improved upon at the same time, and it's a great reason to revisit the stage to see if anything else has actually broken or anything's out of place in the next testing build. Yeah, I still think it's a true shame that we lost the bridge. I feel like the argument is that, well, TGS project exists now, don't need the bridge anymore. But I mean, like either way you slice it, both sections are essentially automation. And if automation was the argument, then I'd argue that the wind path is even more automated, because you quite literally can do it without pressing a thing. Whereas at least with running, yes, it is still dash panels you're working with. But, you know, the whole point of Sonic is to run. Stay true to classic Sonic school of, you know, running around. On top of that, there's plenty of other wind areas that compensate for its absence. On top of that, we've even got one now that Silver never interacted with. Mainly because Silver wasn't exactly supposed to interact with rails, in single player at least. Oh, that's cool. So am I correct in thinking, yeah, there is momentum going on there. Cool. Very cool. I remember pushing for the shield to kind of store when you switch Amigas, because that was kind of understandable, but still kind of equally frustrating that you would get the shield to Sonic, switch to Silver, and then you wouldn't have the shield. Something I believe retail had its issues with. Now, I forget if I can still do this, but this is fine, I believe. But it's actually this next section that I think has been made a little bit more difficult. I'm not really sure why. Oh yeah, that feels not bad, but it does still feel a little bit more difficult. I'm really clutching it now. So this is great, but also kind of frustrating that, like, we've got lasers here, but then there are other sections where there absolutely should be lasers, but there just aren't. Is that another instance where they're facing the wrong direction? Impossible. That's what I like about Silver's gameplay. You can actually play it like a stealth game if you really wanted to. Still can't get over how faithful the lighting looks here compared to the trailer. It really badly feels one-to-one. I can't get over it. It's amazing. Like, dude even did the cascades, which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, nobody asked him to do. Like, I could be wrong, but I think we got them here before we got them in Wave Ocean. It's great. And I really feel like there should be a me thing. I should have pointed it out because of nostalgia, but no, flat out did it on his own accord. That's right. I remember pointing these out, going, hey, could we just have them a little lower? Because I know, like, making the hitbox for the rings is a bit much for the curve, for whatever reason. But, till then, till we can get it bigger, just maybe lower them just a little bit, because, yeah, low-key Sonic can literally run under it. Luckily. Doesn't seem to be the case for these, though they probably still could come down a little bit. Main thing is that you can't collect them, unlike the other ones. And I've said it countless times, but I'd absolutely bring back the spring to the left here. I think it was such a genius idea. Perfect way to make use of the cave and to explain it as a bit of a shortcut, even if a small one. What more can you ask for? I remember actually getting out of here once, and I was like, hey man, the collision detection, or the hitbox, not the hitbox, the invisible terrain could be a bit, just, you know, a little bit taller, kind of blue gem or sky gem out of here. Yeah, that's cool. Runs out of it, yeah. As intended. There you go, that little curve as he hops off and then hops into place. Just a little curve, because you've already got the curve with the camera updating with it, but oh, it just looks so good. It looks so much more believable now compared to before. Because before was great, but now it's just like perfection. Yeah, wow, that collision detection really is small. And in that light, the original 06 really was forgiving. Really forgiving. Perhaps too forgiving. I'm still just blown away by the little things like the mission objective, how it looks like the E3 results screen, having the E3 logo and the objective, E3 style, but having the retail objective instead of head for a goal ring. It's just so surreal to me, because that is literally how it would have been if we got 06 the way they wanted it. Because I remember, you know, again, pre-Unity, I was trying to imagine these things. It's like, okay, so that's how that would have looked, but in the original, but it would have had the updated text from the loading screens. Oh, okay, that's interesting. How would that have looked, I wonder? And it's like, this is how it would have looked. Yeah, I can't get over that. Because I really did spend like a lot of moments just trying to think, okay, so for all of the different text, does that include town missions? Just trying to imagine how that all looked. Yeah. It was a very interesting time, let me tell you. Pre-modding community, pre-Unity. Because add on top of that, the fact that, you know, there was like all the other elements outside of E3, like the tech demo. It's like, okay, so all of this, with the fact that there was going to be a day-night cycle as well. Yeah, what? Because I think back in those days, I was like, okay, so this is something that would have been for all the stages, including the hubs, but now I'm leaning more in the direction of it being something that was only really intended for the hub areas. Because I think that's the thing, when you're in a stage, you know, it's there's always supposed to be a sense of urgency going on. It's not something you're supposed to take your time with. Mostly because of the story, with its little kind of timeline of days that take place. But as far as like a hub world goes, I mean, to be fair, the same could apply to that, but I think absolutely for like a 100% hub. It's like, alright, well, mission accomplished, nothing else to do, chillax, enjoy the surroundings type of thing. Do the town missions. I just personally can't stand the type of town missions that tries to feel like it's being a part of the story. And it's like, oh, great, now I've played this out of order, I gotta play this during the freaking story. And they do tend to do that a lot. For like the, oh, thanks for saving me, but can you save Princess Elise too? And it's like, bitch, I just completed the game. Nah, but it does just get a bit almost condescending. Yeah, a little frustrating at times. I think Who's the Captain is a pretty good example of that. Just really kind of getting under your skin and just being like, yeah, oh, but you thought it was him, but it was actually me. Or was it? Oh, yeah, no, I fooled you. I was he. But this is a sign of, you know, appreciation that you were willing to do this. We're not going to apologize for fucking with you, but we will tell you, yes, you can go through here. Go save our princess, please. Actually, no. Go save our princess, full stop. You don't deserve a please. They're not good. Anakin for an MC. Jeez. Wah. So I feel like this could probably be an option, having first person compared to whatever this is. So, I don't know, just kind of doing this. Huh? But I'm flipping the switch. Why isn't it working? Flip the goddamn switch! Alright, so what is the gem? Oh, it's in section 2, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, boy, am I gonna have a field day setting up the next comparison. Because again, it'd be so easy to just be like, alright, well, only thing new is End of the World, Team Attack Amiga, and the bosses. That's it, all of the day. But nah. All the stages like to change every update, so yeah, let's do it all. Such a great idea. I mean, to be fair, again, it's not like this wasn't in the cards of the original. But I do think it's entirely possible that things could have played out a little bit differently. You would still get the bowl section, but you would get to a certain point, and then Knuckles would take over, or the other way around. Great idea to have an invisible enemy in this section where it's really flashy. Yeah, this definitely isn't anywhere near as red as it used to be. Well, actually, more like pink, but you know. See, this is the only thing I want to have out of the spin dash. I want to be able to blue gem out of the spin dash. So I forget, is it all the gems unlock the rainbow gem, or is it all the S ranks? I think it's the S ranks, because that was originally intended. Gotta get a now saving little animation. Keep in tradition with the now loading. Oh. So I gotta remind myself, it would be nice to play this in chronological order as opposed to all the stages order. I suppose I don't really need to do like pulses or anything, but until then, I'll do my best. Yeah, I really do respect that he brought back the loop at the start, because it would just be so easy to be like, well, you know, by having him start a little later, it's making it a bit more different compared to Sonic's and Blaze's. Why can't we have it start at the end of the loop? But I think he recognized the fact that there was actually a bit of dialogue. I say dialogue, more of a yell or a scream after the loop. And he decided to basically swap that out for what we did end up getting for the first bit of dialogue at the start. And repurposing the scream for another part. Although that might have been removed. So I'm pretty sure my head spinning was there. Yeah, you know what? I think this is probably going to be one of those options that kind of disables a lot of it. If I were to guess. Did I get him to? Yeah, I did. I remember pointing out a lot of these item boxes that needed to come down. This one still needs to be improved. Yeah, because you can actually see the base. I forget if I got him to improve it for Sonic's story, unless I'm confusing it with something. Yeah, Sonic's might have been improved, but this one not so much. I actually got him to take a look into some of the review versions placement, but he was like, yeah, look, I'd like to do it, but I can't unless it exists in placement. And it turns out that it actually does exist here. If not here, then maybe for Blazes, I can't remember, one of the two. And I'll have to remember to point that out next time. I do think it's pretty cool that the fake rings do kind of look like a hybrid of like the original rings, but just more darkened as well. So it's not like true retail. I mean, that would have been fine, because that's kind of what I wanted to do actually. I wanted to have like the retail looking rings as the dummy rings and the trailer rings as the actual rings. Oh no! Did we just miss it? Or did we just get it? Ooh. Actually, isn't it a little more than 50k? I think it is. Oh. Yes, yeah. Yeah, actually I think it's like 52. 51 or 52, something like that. Yucky ducky. There we go. Okay. One down, two to go. And that's what I mean. It's like when I get to really just getting into more of these builds going forward, it's just, oh, there goes the afternoon. There goes the day, better yet. That's fine. A job's a job's a job. And if he really does stay true to his public plan, then it will just be for this next one. I remember pointing that out too. I was like, no, it's like an animation and all that, but isn't there something that could be done to just have it so you can enter as the gap kind of, you know, is available for someone to go between? Because it just feels like you have to really wait for the entire animation to finish unnecessarily. that's good. So that's like in true TGS fashion then, yes? I don't know. So, okay. Why did I grab an enemy then? An invisible inch, perhaps? Or is it enemy exclusive, perhaps? Nope. Hey, wow, you really kind of do drop when you do that. For better or worse. See, this is why I'm so glad that he has implemented the little decoration that kind of covers the walls. Because while they are fancy decoration, they also were supposed to serve as like a bit of collision to basically be like, oh, you thought you could walk up the sides, guess again. And that's the thing, by having them back now, will basically make it a bit more of a legitimate playthrough, where it's not, you can't just cheese your way through like I just have now. Because it is just so easy to just be like, why build a bridge with psychokinesis when I can just walk on the sides? And it's like, yeah, cool, fun. But also, you know, play the game the way the devs wanted you to. How about that? I guess that's the thing too, you know, it's been too long since really the game's been experienced the way it was intended to be. And usually for pretty understandable reasons, wanting to either skip a glitch or just done with the game. But I really do feel like this is a really good opportunity to create more of a reason to experience it the way it's supposed to be. Because there's no other. Alright, let's try this. Let's go. So, is this generous or nay? Like that almost feels like a too good to be true almost. Having just, okay, I got it, I can quit now. And I kind of do hope that stays true as well for the silver medals eventually, because that's very much not the case in the original, for better or worse. I don't know, it's kind of a... There's a bit of an interesting discussion to be had there. Because like on one hand, okay, well, yeah, did it. Got it, quit, saved. But on the other hand, it's like, well, you know, the way it released, you are supposed to technically complete the stage to basically have it saved with your progress. But at the same time, was it done that way because they didn't have time to finish it? Where with time they perhaps would have had it, so you would need to go through the rest of the stage if perhaps the silver medal's at the very freaking start of the stage, you know? Hard to say. So something's been bugging me regarding the animation of that intro, and it's more so to do with the eye animation for Blaze compared to the actual like motion of the cutscene. I think everything else is fine. It's just the way the eye moves just looks a little weird. And just, yeah, hasn't gone away. I thought it would with time, but no, I just seem to be drawn to it every time. So I came to some pretty interesting revelations in the last couple of months, where it really does seem to become more increasingly obvious that at one point in a very early version of the story, when Blaze really wasn't a part of this game's story, in place of her was who I believe to be Rouge. Because she really was like the placeholder companion to Silver before she really did become a part of the Shadow's story fully. I mean, not to say she wasn't there before, it just seems that she was like Silver's placeholder companion until Sonic Rush came out and they were like, hey, we need someone else, let's bring her in. And I think when you really look at it through those lenses, the story all of a sudden does start to become a bit more clear as to why the flame call stage at the end of the story was absent, because it was almost trying to set it up for a more present finale. And yeah, again, through those lenses, it starts to kind of look a bit like the fiery Soliana that we see through Elise's vision. It's like, oh, okay, shit, so that's what they were aiming for. That might be why we see Silva behind a fiery background, again, in Elise's little you? It can't be kind of moment. Bit of like time dilation kind of taking effect, really kind of just screwing with memories of future events. It's not just, oh, okay, well, there's like a past memory there. It's like, no, this is, these are like future memories coming in. Which, you know, when you really break it down that way, it explains why both times she kind of has these moments, they're of the same event, they're of the same fiery present, I guess. Fuck. Yeah, I really just have not gotten used to Blaze's control yet. I see, took away the momentum there. Interesting. But yeah, it also explains why the whole past shenanigans is not what she remembers. Because, yeah, why would she not think of that if that was how it actually happened? See, I think we did get early versions of the story in the final. And it really should come as no surprise, since the game is rushed, and by nature the story as well. It's kind of a shame that they put so much time and effort into something that really just ultimately did need more time. Yeah, I still would have Silva switch back here. But I think that's another thing too. I think Rouge saying, so where's the kid, could also shed a bit more light on this original concept. Because even though neither Rouge nor Blaze were a part of the cutscene where Shadow and Silver go back in time from Radical Train, it still feels like it's heavily implied that Rouge was supposed to be there. The fact that she does bring it up, it's entirely possible that she was there at one early point in the story, in that version of the story. Which again would explain why she might bring it up to Shadow. I actually worked on a very short cinematic that kind of accomplished that feat, where you'd get a glimpse of Rouge in that cutscene, and you basically have Silver just being like, "Yep, no, sorry, I don't have time for this." Which I think, really kind of can circle back to Shadow's reasoning to why he freaking roundhounds him in the freaking head, Like, just what? It's like, well, yeah, if you're gonna hurt his girl, you'll hurt your back. No messing around. But yeah, just the little eye animation of people just kind of moves a little bit to the right there. It just, I don't know. And sort of there too. And again, it just jumps, and it's like, eyes don't work that way, man. I'm sorry. That just looks really whack to me. Like borderline approaching some of the early animation days of the Naruto PTS. Force of Death animation. So let's see if we can get this again. You see. So cool having the entire iron frame get that ESP shader to really just show you're really affecting the whole thing. That's great too, the fact that the gauge replenishes as you're hitting the psychic switch. Couldn't stand that it would just immediately stop it in the original. There's one thing the original did do that I'm not surprised that wasn't implemented here. It's that a lot of times during scripted events like the dash panels, not dash panels, the jump panels, and the springs, wide springs especially, you'll notice that quite often during these kinds of events, Silver's gauge does actually replenish even though you're not touching the ground. And that's the thing, for better or worse, we really are starting to see what Silver's gameplay would be like without that addition to the original. Something that's often overlooked because, well, Silver's slow and all puzzles sucked and yeah, all that other stuff. It's like, yeah, when you really strip it down and really see what the original did do to really help the player, for better or worse, and you now take that away. Not intentionally, mind you, it just wasn't really pointed out. yeah, you really do start to notice what the original did do. Although I say notice, but yeah, no, really, I had to point this out because people were like, yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't like silver Pier 6, and I just run out of gauge more often, and it just maybe the gauge values aren't the same. It's like, really, it's just you get more opportunity for it to be replenished during certain obstacles, whereas that's not so much the case in Pier 6. I do think it's an interesting form of gameplay to really see what silver would be like without that assistance, but debatable what's better. I personally don't mind Silver's gameplay. I just think that what? I think we need the ledge grab pretty bad. I think Silver's gameplay really cements that more than the others. And yeah, until we get that, I think it just kind of feels like it can be a bit punishing, perhaps a bit too punishing. Especially since the level design isn't really built around giving you second chances if you fall. Because you only really have your levitation to save you, and if you don't have an energy to get back or whatever, you can't really do much else. Because it's not like your levitation can make you hover up higher or whatever. Yes. So hang on, is it after this or before this that we do the shenanigans with Blaze? I think we do this, then we do Blaze. But, because I like to split things up and do things a wee bit different, let's do this. Just in case I forget to. I can't stand how this used to look and doesn't look now. Oh, it just looks so much better, so much more beautiful. And it was skipped over for this. Because, like, don't get me wrong, it looks cool and all, but it's just not that cool. No, it just, the other one looks better, in my opinion. I feel like this could be repurposed for Shadow. I feel like Section 1 could stay the way it looks right now, and Section 2 could look like this. That way we wouldn't completely ditch this, because I actually do like this. I just think for Blaze, timeline-wise, and as elegant looking as the setting was, yeah, I think it's an absolutely massive missed opportunity, and yeah, just a true shame. Yeah, I'm not used to that yet. That it's like if you double jump, you don't immediately do damage, you kind of have to charge into it. Yeah, I think it was this from the review version of Sonic's. To be fair, they are very similar. Still can't get over how the original treats the camera when you hit certain spots. Because for more times than not, it feels like for your final spring, for whatever stupid reason, if you just reset the camera on it, the camera is going to be completely facing the wrong direction, and it just, I don't understand why it works that way, but it just does. It's just so random. I mean, to be fair, how often is one going to reset the camera, let alone during a freaking scripted event? But I just think it's so random that it just does that on the last freaking obstacle. Just why? How? How did it turn out that way? Why did it turn out that way? Because it can't have been intentional, surely. I do think this is cool though. We got this expansion to the end of the section since the goal is a little bit earlier. And I could have pointed that out, but I didn't. Because commonly, taking out one of the multiple invisible enemies takes the rest out, as is tradition with Earth 6 behavior for whatever reason. But that's the thing, this is a new custom edition extension, so by design it isn't going to have it. Well, there we go. That's the extra done. Oh my god, that actually works. Wow. That's the thing. Can't get over how much height you get from that. I still feel kind of a bit weird about being able to kind of ground pound to stun the big enemies, because obviously they were designed to be able to, you know, be a bit more impenetrable to that kind of a move, at least during specific states, which is why you can't always do it in the original. Whoa, I don't really remember that. But yeah, it almost feels like we're cheating being able to do it sooner rather than later, because it's freaking awesome being able to do it. But I do can't help but feel like it just kind of goes against what was originally designed. What was supposed to be the core of that enemy, all those types of enemies. Whoa. Wow. I guess ultimately I'm just not used to it, but because you can pick them up, just not especially if they're not sitting down, but yeah, it's just no. Can't fucking stand that. It's just again like Silver's programming with collision detection whilst levitating, unfortunately. Yeah, because it's the thing, right? It just kind of, he doesn't really climb the terrain like he does in the original, some of the times. And I know that actually did change for Radical Train. Because I remember in the beta testing phases, that kind of became clear that, oh shit, can't do it with Silver, that's just a death waiting to happen crap. And that very quickly changed. And so I mean, it's very interesting to see how a lot of these characters influence the way they're programmed when you put them in the stages they're built for. Now let me try this again. Really do wonder how differently things would have gone though if we approached Silver before Shadow, as the campaigns were intended. Because, yeah, I think there would have been more time to really kind of polish a lot of things that Shadow needed to have done. And the other way around for Silver, really, because it's kind of... That's the thing, we haven't really touched too much with Silver till we needed to. And because of which, there's stuff there that's really needed to be improved upon. But I think that's the thing, though, because we didn't approach it the other way, it's kind of showing more problems for other players approaching Silver, as opposed to when we initially covered Shadow. Because, I mean, for me personally, I've always wanted to kind of go into Silver after Sonics, but... yeah, still, I'm still, you know, I have to really take a step back and a moment to really appreciate just how this all has been achieved, you know. The fact that this is all done for essentially one developer and a community that is trying to preserve the goods, the potential, the true quality that 06 was trying to get right back in 06. And you know what, heck yeah, even back in 05 as well. More than that, well, maybe not more so now, but up till, you know, the last 3 years, it had all been pretty much done with no one in the team really just trying to make a profit out of it, just doing it all out of the love and care of the art of it all, and yeah, the care of trying to preserve it and finish the game ultimately. But yeah, sad to say that yeah, in the last 2 or 3 years, that's kind of changed. It's not so much, well, how much money can we make out of, you know, certain projects or whatever, but can we, you know, maybe buy a friend or two, you know, maybe I can buy my way into this and, you know, get some exclusive access type of thing, and, you know, let's get some commissions at the same time. And it kind of just feels that way with the amount of, like, obviously bored views. It just kind of feels like, man, you know, even if this isn't the entire community, is this kind of where it's at? It just feels like, oh, okay, so we're just trying to be in this competition for views now, is it? You know, just a way to ruin the art of it. No, but hear me out. Money. Views for money. See, I'm glad this changed, because I remember this was a problem for a while, when the collision was actually very accurate, a bit too accurate to the staircase. You good, Silver? Oh, you can jump on water now. Huh. Oh, actually no, that's not treating it like water anymore. Yeah, no, that's like quicksand now. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a shame, because it does feel like we have reached that point now where it's like, it is big enough where, you know, there is going to be some greed in some of the choices behind certain people's actions, and it's like, how can I do this? How can I get something out of this, you know? And it just... it's a shame. Especially when it even kind of goes against, you know, a lot of the people that really put this together and, you know, made it all happen. I think that's kind of why in recent times I really just I've slowly started to kind of distance myself from it, because I don't really want to be a part of the money side of things. It just always comes off as like corporate and fake and Mr. Beastified, you know, and I've never really been for that. Still doesn't flip it, does it? Maybe one day. How close do I need to be? That's right. Alright, has this, or has this not been improved upon? No, it hasn't. That's a shame. That's a damn shame. Because I could swear that there was a build that actually did have that improved upon. And I forget if it was in beta testing or not. But I know that that kind of went through a bit of a process where I did point it out more than once. Because I think I pointed it out, it got fixed, and then for some reason or another it broke or was undone for whatever reason. And then it just kind of stayed the way it is, and I don't know why that happened. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. I really just cannot stand this move. It just makes it too easy. Because it wasn't supposed to act that way. It was supposed to be like, okay, well, you can drop them, release them. If you're going to do it around like a bottomless pit, fine. So be it, have at it. But if not, be prepared that they'll land and still fire at you. Ah, Janayasu. Yeah, this definitely is a lot more generous. Yeah, very generous. Wow. Is that? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it's even, that's right, it's got like a pull as well, that's great. That's really, really great. See, I hate to be that guy, but like eventually a lot of these are gonna need to get closer. Which is kind of a shame, but it is the price to have the MC there. Did this get patched, or is it still... Yes, it did. Because I don't remember spending too much time pointing that one out, and I'm guessing it's because it was just a one-off. Yeah, I think there could probably be 2 jump panels there. I think at the moment, because it doesn't restrict your movement, it's setting it up for letting you be careful. But you know, I'm always kind of cool with having more difficulty as you progress through like a more harder version of the stage, but again, as this is supposed to be like normal. if it got the point of the down riddles. How they can just randomly be there mid-air. I mean, for some stages that perhaps are like more indoors, perhaps. But nah, for yeah, I mean, European kind of stages, it just kind of sticks out to me. So I still do think that this stage kind of should have a second section. I think it is a missed opportunity. I realize it does mean a lot of messing around, a lot of level design required, but you also are kind of building off of the section 2 to, you know, have it yeah, you build it around Silver's kind of gameplay. But I would try to do it in such a way where it kind of swaps around the yeah, swap around the kind of endings. So like, how do I put it? I would essentially have Silver progress the way that Shadow's first section behaves. You start at the start, you get to here, take a shortcut, and you get to basically halfway through the Mark Speed section already done. That way it kind of explains, okay, well that's how a slow character like Silver got ahead of the other two hedgehogs, whereas Shadow would start currently where Silver's first section starts, but yeah, and would take you to the end of this section for the current Silver, for Shadow. So that way it really is like just swapping it around. You feel like you're giving more progression to Shadows, and it makes sense that, again, like Sonic, he would kind of be doing more traveling, whereas yeah, Silver would be taking the shortcut to skip the travel. I'd even go as far as to say, yeah, what the heck, I'd be cool with having Silver start where he currently does, at the start of this section. And I say the start, but really, you know what I mean, it's not start, it's like midway through, or like already, it's you coming out through like some kind of mine almost. Already past the first train section. But then to go from there to the end of Shadow section, I realize it's a bit of a stretch, but even if it was just for like the, not so much the normal version, or even if it was, but also like the easy version, yeah, I would be up for that. And the trains aren't moving. Why is that, I wonder? Because that's kind of faithful to retail, but I kind of like that they used to move. At least I'm pretty sure they did. I still feel like I'd probably go more black and white, just to the point. I mean, I guess it does get the point across, but maybe it doesn't. So I could almost get like Broken Bond vibes from this and just be like, oh well, you know, it's just a funky kind of lighting to convey that, you know, look at this campaign, it's more dark and heavy than Sonic's, you know. Whoa. And I've pointed out in the past too that like even with like the character switch, it's kind of a tricky case because yeah, really, it's. I've always tried to stick to the more common approach of like you know, sticking campaigns to their campaigns. You know, you play as Sonic, you play as Sonic. You play as Shadow, you play as Shadow. You don't go into Silver's campaign expecting to play as Sonic or, you know, just Shadow. They're all to their own stories, you know, and it's already kind of a stretch having the Amigas as often as they pop up. But in the context of this stage, unfortunately, it's even worse because they literally say in the cutscene before this, we'll have to split up. And now we're saying, well, no, they don't. But they do split up after this little section where they swap stories for both stages. Come on. And unlike the likes of Sonic's Kingdom Valley and Silver's Kingdom Valley, it's not a simple case of, okay, we'll just give more screen time to more of the Amigas, because that's the thing. Unlike the early version of the story, where it kind of seems like Rouge kind of did go back in time with the rest, and or Blaze, it does come off as, you know, no, it's just the two, and I mean, it's literally there in the pre-rendered cutscene that, you know, that's what they ended up going with, so it does make it virtually impossible to change the story unless someone's willing to do some kind of visual, however it's achieved, whether through, I don't know, you know, some kind of pre-rendered visual or AI or in-game custom animation type of thing. Just to kind of, because that's the thing, we're getting to the point where we could borderline do that, and I think it's great that we can, but at the same time, don't want to, you know, change too much about the story to the point that it's like, what the hell have we done, you know? There has to be a real, like, damn good reason for it to change, you know what I mean? Gotta stop that. Fuck. Isn't there a switch there? I'm not sure. Ah. Yeah, even here. Wasn't there like an early kind of enemy thing before these ones formed? I swear I'm getting this from somewhere else. Yeah, I could have sworn that there was switches here. Maybe I'm thinking of the other room in the second section. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that there's like no vignette, I could get the vibe that this is like broken home lighting and yeah, it's not something that I immediately look at and would think, okay, well this is a past cutscene kind of a stage. That's another thing too, I'm pretty sure you really was supposed to at one point interact with the hub area in the past, which is a really exciting prospect to think about, but yeah, no, just again, it's amazing how big they were trying to like aim, but how little they ended up delivering. Really tragic, actually. Break it down, but yeah, I think this is what I was thinking of, maybe. Guess you need to take down all the enemies. Yeah, another one that needs to come close up. Damn. Come on. Where's she? Oh, fuck. Okay. Noticing how it kind of jumps over the intro here, but curiously didn't for Crisis. Huh. See, now this is interesting, because I'm pretty damn certain that this is a different texture, no? Because, like, if he can change the texture here, then he absolutely can change the texture in PTGS. And what is this fucking circle that I can see? Hello? What is this? What is that? And there's another thingy there too. What is that? Because it seems to be moving. Yeah, with the camera, so it's a visual thingy. It's not a rail, is it? Is that a wind rail? Because it... Oh no, hello. What is the... What the fuck? Oh shit, no, it's there. Oh. I think it's a... Is it like part of the Cascades or something? I don't know what that is, but... The thing is, too, you don't... Yeah, there it is again, I think. Yeah. That's kind of weird. I think it's supposed to be water particles, but... Huh. Yeah, because there it is. I don't know what that's supposed to be, because it kind of looks like water particles when you get close, but then from a distance it kind of looks like rails. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be. I don't think it's supposed to show up that way, whatever's going on, but... Weird. Okay. I don't think you should be able to ground pound that to take effect, but what do I know? But yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is an instance where it's like, okay, so we've got grind wind here instead of the spring that was supposed to take you here, for better or worse. So, like, we do have an extra bit of grinding in Kingdom Valley. Do we need to get rid of the bridge for it? I mean, yeah, for me personally, I am always going to prefer the version with the bridge, but, yeah. That sticks traditionally to retail, that's fucking hilarious. Because I shouldn't be able to stick the camera under, but yeah. Because that's the thing, in retail you could do that for objects that you could stand on, emphasis on the fact that it's an object and not part of the terrain. Because that's the thing, terrain, you wouldn't be able to do this. Objects you can, and fucking hilariously, Peter 6 has done the same thing. So I'm pretty sure that would have been intentional, but... Yeah, I remember pointing this out and being like, I know this is kind of stupid minor, but like... Wouldn't it be cool to see the version of the promo screenshots of Silver's Kingdom Valley section where there were like a fuck ton of steel crates here? And even like over there. He was like, yeah, alright, let's do it. It wasn't just here, but even like the latest section. Which I think that really surprised me the most, because that really just showed that like, this isn't, ooh, hey, let's do this for the sake of doing this. Let's also try to make it into like a bit of a shortcut. And I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but either way, it's very much more reason to have the promo placement. The fact that it kind of does now serve as a bit of a shortcut. But, yeah. These two towers, I think, No, I think both of them weren't here in the original. For some reason, I'm thinking maybe the one on the right was, but yeah, no, I don't. What am I confusing it with? Or maybe it was, but maybe it was in front. Yeah, actually it might have been in front, because I think you had to use the pendulum to do it. But there wasn't enough room to get to the end. But, yeah, I showed the primary screenshot showing this little difference, and not only has he like implemented it, but he's also put springs in place of the platforms, and by doing that, it now does there's like a bit of a shortcut skipping that other section, which really does kind of stay true to the 06 tradition. We now have brought back adventure areas where adventure areas were really showcased first and debuted in Kingdom Valley. That's the thing, it just really goes to show that you can cross chaos with this type of thing. Given like the right kind of idea and right means to include it and to expand upon it, improve upon it, can get the job done. And that's the thing with these kinds of like projects, whether they're remakes or mods. Trust is such an essential thing. You really kind of need to have like almost constant communication to really just make sure everybody's like on the same page, you know. And I think especially for something that's being constantly worked on, you really need to trust that he's going to do the right thing or whoever. Because even the same thing with like Twin Sanity, you know, there's someone working on a remake for that, and best of luck to him. But no, trust really is such an essential thing for these types of things. How you unconsciously don't trust still more honestly, but yeah, just it's so important. More so, I think, to remakes over mods, because you really do need to have the right kind of approach, because it's so easy to have like an interpretation, but still an interpretation that can easily be looked at and seen as just that. It's like, oh, that's so-and-so's interpretation. But if you're a fan of it, if the original and what it was trying to achieve, and just you know what is needed for it, and you have passion for it, you really can do a lot of great things with it. That's great, I can try this out now, can't I? It's the only thing I'll say about this. You can try this out after the fact. But no, if it were up to me, I would have blades here. He just goes back to normal. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. It would be a little interesting to see Supersonic next to Silver when you're switching back to Silver, so not sure how I feel about that idea. Like, what if he was there, but maybe there was like a cooldown animation of him returning back to normal when you switch back or something. Shit, did I just butcher that? come from? Yeah, it's just daring to put Blaze there in place instead. Yeah, I do for sure applaud the efforts of like having a little intro section here, kind of like what was done with like a Tales Way version. Really just given more of that expansion to get to what became the final level design. Because that's the thing, when you go through the stage enough, you do begin to realize, hang on a minute, I'm just a little further than where I was in the other version of the stage. Why? And even more so why when you consider the fact that the cutscene literally takes place at the start of the goddamn stage. But it'd almost be like, oh yeah, we'll time Blaze go through a version, but let's place the cutscene a little later. Well, let's give Tails a cutscene before Way version, but started at the start. See, like, the fact that this is even the same for Silvers is just frustrating to me, personally. Because it feels like a step back. Like, why... You know, with the whole point of a lot of these stage changes trying to be serving as an enhancement is that we're trying to give off the impression that because we're approaching these stages during different parts of the timeline, because we're playing with different characters approaching this stage at different parts in the timeline, it should have a different progression. It should look slightly different. And yet, we're treating this no differently to how Sonic's and Shadow's basically are. Because those two I do expect to be the same, because they are approaching the stage at the exact same time. Silver is not. And yet it looks exactly the same. That's what I mean. Unfortunately, this does kind of feel like a bit of a step backwards, and I would even go as far as to say, if no changes are done to this, I welcome orders to bring back the version of Flame Core that we've seen in Demo 3. Because it really is a step back in my opinion. I mean, I've tried to make sense of it before, and, you know, that's already what it is, but with this on top of it, I just, you know, no, kill it with fire! No. Yeah, I feel like there's like a as like an in-core kind of idea, like a hard variation, different lighting, fine, so be it, no problems. Canonically, for story kind of progression and, you know, for different characters going through the same stage but at different times, absolutely should have a very specific and certain look. Did he get rid of that little snake monster? Must have. Unless I got rid of it just now. Yeah, even here there was, I'm pretty sure, a snake or a big titan monster. Yeah, I swear he's removed enemies. Not sure I'm on board with the behavior of the, yeah, these purple sphere-like objects. Because I can't really... I mean, look, to be fair, it does do its job. But... I guess I'm just a bit iffy on the fact I can't, like, throw it. Oh, the invisible terrain for the win. To be fair, that's pretty notoriously bad even in the original, but yeah, that's pretty fucking shocking that they let that slide. But that's the thing, because that's something in the original, I will cut Pier 6 slack for that for sure. I don't really expect anything like that to change anytime too soon, but... Yeah, even here. Yeah, dude absolutely removed a lot of enemies here, and kind of a shame. This isn't the first stage, this is actually the last stage, so it should be a difficult stage to get through. And with Pier 6 enhancements, it absolutely should be a breeze in the park to get through them all. I don't think it would be too difficult to do. I don't even think it would be too difficult to get the S rank for it. So, I do think this could serve as like an easy mode version of the stage as opposed to a normal one, but look at that what you will. Do appreciate that doesn't have that stupid delay that the original did. That was frustrating. It's like, what? But I jumped after the frickin' ray and it still took damage. What? So I forget how these upgrades work for Silvix. I know that there was about 3, I think? 3 or 4? I can only really remember 3, because yeah, there was the one in Flame Claws, the one in Aquatic Base, and the one in Dusty Desert, I think. Or am I thinking of Shadow? And those positions, placements, I don't really remember all too well. Okay. Great, so I have to go back and do the same thing again. Yeah, I do remember this one. Which I don't really know how I'm supposed to get there, but I remember roughly where it's located. It's pretty much in this center area, but that's the thing, I do play as Shadow at this point, so I kind of need to get through this section to do it. Get it? Ah. Okay, let's see. See, when you really take this stuff into consideration, playing PR6 in a story type of mode, story fashion, would be very interesting, to say the least, to try to play. Because people tend to forget, including myself, that we're playing a version of the three hedgehogs that have mostly everything minus the gems for Sonic. I shouldn't be able to run this fast in the story. I shouldn't be able to do this. I shouldn't be able to do this. And that's what I mean. There's a lot of... Pretty much all the upgrades that you get in the story are already unlocked, again, minus the gems for Sonic. And because of which, it really does kind of feel like, alright, well, we're getting even more upgrades in the form of PR6, which is fucking awesome. You know, I don't want to take anything away from that. But yeah, when you really break it down and you actually start to realize, hang on a minute, oh shit, we're gonna go through the story and we're gonna re-unlock all this stuff without all those upgrades that the original had as well. It's like, oh, okay, this might actually take a little bit longer to get through, and because of which, for me personally, I would have really loved to have experienced the story that way, but yeah, again, for me, never say never. It's great sound design too. Yeah. Wow, that is really on it. Cool, cool. Okay, so what was the... Yeah, we'll get this one just to get it out the way, just in case it is the one I'm thinking of. I think there is another one, I could be wrong. I miss the days where that lasted a little bit longer, that was really cool. I think it kind of needs to be running a bit too easy there. Can't get here, can I? So this is another reason why I wanted like the community to come together, because there was a lot of misinformation that was going around back in the 2010s especially, whether it was, you know, hey, look at me, I've got this demo, and, you know, they don't. Or, you know, just certain claims because, well, that's what it looks like is going on, or that's what the commentator kind of sounded like he was talking about. I think the most popular was ring energy. It just became this weird kind of thing that was like, yeah, no, didn't you know that was in the plans? And it's like, no, that really wasn't. You know, please provide evidence if you know, do genuinely believe that, because otherwise, where is this coming from? Because I actually do love the idea of ring energy, but it was never planned as far as I'm concerned, so... And I'm, you know, a bit hesitant to, you know, greenlight the idea of implementing ring energy to the likes of either Pure 6 or any kind of mod, just based on the fact that it essentially is just this information that was being spread around. Because it's already happened with Pure 6, where people have looked at certain animations that were planned for the original, in the original files, just not used, implemented into Pure 6 to basically make use of those unused animations, and people have literally gone, yeah, no, that's a Pure 6 only edition. Big whoop. And it's like, whoa, no sir, that is absolutely not a Pure 6 only thing. That very much was an original intended thing that was designed by a Sonic team and was absolutely intended for the final game. And it's amazing that that's how it happens. It's just, it can start with a single comment just going, oh, you know, there's that Pure 6 element. It's like, no. I don't think they mean bad by anything, but it's amazing how easily a claim can be made by assumptions, basically. Or even the way things are worded, you know? I think another wild one was that the speed of the characters was basically faster than normal, which, look, it's entirely possible that could be the case, but the motion of the characters appearing to be faster, I think, can just be chalked up to basically the game had that patch that hasn't been recreated thus far, to my knowledge anyway, that basically would speed up the entire game if it encountered any kind of form of like slowdown or any kind of like freeze frames, which is why in some E3 demo clips you can see the loading speed being faster in animation. But perhaps more importantly in gameplay, you would see Sonic and Silver appearing to run a little bit faster. Because through those lenses, it may be very likely that Mark Speed Sonic has got the exact same attributes as retail Mark Speed, but again, the speed up after slowdown just makes it look a little faster than it actually is. It really is entirely possible. Because, like, I personally wouldn't think so, but, you know, since it is basically a patch that hasn't been remade, I don't want to jump to conclusions, so I think it is very much a possibility that it could be just that, on top of the same attributes. I guess, look, to be fair, we do know that jumping from idle as Sonic and then moving immediately after does produce more of a faster speed for Sonic in E3 compared to retail. Retail is so much more smaller. So, based on that factor, yeah, we do know that the attributes for the characters should be at least a little bit different. If not for the rest of the characters, then yeah, definitely for Sonic. Okay, yeah, no, I can't do the... What was that? I feel like I just freaking missed that. So press D-pad and R2 with at least a third full of maturity. Mito to briefly awaken an ESP and okay. Is that or is that not the ball state. I don't know. That would be a no. Which means it is here. Okay. And you can't undo this state. See, that's kind of a little frustrating. I think it would be cool to have kind of like a turn off mode. I don't know, maybe that makes it too OP, but... So then, what am I looking for, per se, in this section? Is there something? I still feel like I'm thinking of Shatters section. But if I'm remembering it right, then it should be at the end or close to the end. Yeah, it's amazing. There's so much content these days. I really didn't feel like it took too many hours to get through it, but yeah, holy cow. That's the thing though, right? You are playing essentially the full game, minus the bosses and the hub stuff. But it's amazing how much longer an experience it can be when you really kind of polish it and basically make it play the way it's supposed to be played. While also kind of giving more reasons to return to the stages as opposed to before. I guess this is its way of having difficulties in a sense. Yeah, there's unfortunately a thing that's a part of the physics, and I don't know if it's possible to change, because it seems to be pretty prominent in the root of the code. And that's basically, it's like turning at very specific angles. Because like, if I turn the exact opposite direction, pretty much all the characters will like turn around to do it. Whereas for better or worse, in the original, you would immediately be turned around and start to go the other direction. I don't know if it's exactly for the best intentions to swap it around, but it does feel, for some instances, that I can't turn, and I know that it was pretty prominent when levitating. Which actually, I think he did tweak. Or did he? Hang on. Hard to say. Actually, it might be this room. Yeah, it might be this room. Or not. Okay, no, next room. Unless it's after the end. No. Yeah, okay, next room. Yeah, he definitely did improve it, I know that much, because I remember pointing this out too. Yeah, it definitely is a lot better. Because he used to kind of just pause and just almost stutter with movement. But now he really is trying to like turn around. Because I think I was trying to just get it to basically have that instantaneous turn around as opposed to needing to manually rotate the other direction. Which, I don't know, call this more realistic, I guess. But yeah, at least he doesn't stutter anymore, that's definitely an improvement. Ooh. Because I'm pretty sure I was the only one really pointing that kind of thing out, but definitely was for the better. Huzzah! Hey, what? Really? Don't remember that. But yeah, it is this room. Cool. So how do I do this again? This is a very specific order, I believe. And no. And no. And no. Yeah. Remember the original level design for this upgrade was so much better. Well, I say that, to be fair, the level design pretty much is exact same. It's more so the location of it was, of the power-up upgrade was different. And I weren't sure where it was, but it felt more like, oh, there you are, you little bugger. That's an upgrade location. Yeah. Yeah, even the freaking switches have pretty precise collision detection. Yeah. But there we go, that should be all of them, I believe. Coolier. On to the shadow. Oh, right. Oops, whoopsie. Is that right? Yes, indeed. Good. Okay. Jesus, nearly 3 hours already. Still got plenty of time though. Yeah, we'll be going on with the shadow for the first time at some point next. I don't want to say 24 hours. Well, yeah, no, 24 hours it should be. Probably not 12 hours, but yeah. If I don't start in like the next 12, then yeah, worst case scenario, 24. Yeah, like at worst, when I initially started with the Project TGS. But whoa. Oh, I really cannot stand that you can't hold down the jump button to get just a little bit more height out of the the jump from that. It's just frustratingly bad, in my opinion. Just because you could do that in the original, and it made a difference. You know, it just felt like, okay, well, it's the player's choice if you go higher or not, and if you still can't reach it, well, at least you try. But you know, this just is treating it so far like you don't have a jump feature. So I think for me personally, I think Shadow needs the most work out of pretty much every single character. I'm pretty satisfied with how most of the other characters have been handled. Very minor things really needed for them, if at all. But I think it's really Shadow where while I do applaud the efforts and what has been achieved as well as what has been expanded upon, I do think we are in a great need for an overhaul for Shadow more than the rest. It certainly is a lot more closer to how it should play, but I do think that a bit more could be done. I think it mostly stems from the fact that it really has kind of like taken the ideas of the original and tried to kind of have an interpretation of that design, that idea of Shadow's gameplay, rather than actually recreate how it works in the original and really trying to keep that kind of core structure, but improve upon it. It feels like, okay, this is how Shadow worked in the original, and you try to explain it to the best of your ability, and this is the interpretation of that explanation, you know? It doesn't per se feel like a faithful recreation. Like I said, it just kind of feels like an interpretation. And, you know, like, look, if you do like this, prefer this, great. I just think we could be doing a bit more with it. Because, you know, I think if you were to put like Sonic's model and animations on this, the general kind of like ground movement does kind of feel like a Sonic clone at times, and I feel like sometimes that seems to have been more of a focus than trying to adapt Shadow into Unity and improve upon it, you know? Because I would have been fine if we didn't get the spin dash, if it meant having more faithful and accurate Shadow gameplay. Of course, I'm not, you know, against the idea of having a spin dash, since, you know, that really was how it started, but that's kind of where I'm at. I'd prefer, you know, taking away certain Sonic elements to bring in more Shadow elements. Yeah, it's kind of just how it's unpacked for me over the years. Because I remember, like, from like day one of beta testing this, I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. But yeah, I have warmed up to it over time, but I don't want to, you know, just hide behind the same kind of like well, this is a fan game. You can't, you know, say anything against it. How dare you? What is wrong with you? It's like, no, I want to speak my mind. Can't be bold. But yeah, like even the vehicles, I tie to how I feel with Shadow. I feel like if there was any kind of build or demo, if you will, that out of the history of Pure 6 builds that seemed even just a little bit rushed, I think I would easily say the Shadow builds, which is frustrating to say, and believe me when I say that, it really is frustrating to say, because out of all the builds, the Shadow beta testing phases was the one that got the most builds. So, by design, you know, it should be the most polished, if anything. But, for me anyway, it came out as a very polished build, but it also intentionally neglected a lot of core and key aspects of the original Shadow gameplay, whether you view that as for the better or worse. Yeah, and for me personally, I tried to, you know, adapt to it and get used to it, and, you know, as it stands, it's not like it's an unbeatable thing. You can absolutely play this, you absolutely can complete the game, but it's not faithful at the same time. It very much feels like an interpretation. I think the way the vehicles kind of stand, they kind of just they mirror retail a lot, to the point that it feels like that was more of a focus than trying to make the gameplay better. Oh, this is another instance of enemies being facing the wrong direction. Interesting. But yeah, no, it does feel like recreating it was more of a focus than improving it. And that absolutely does include the cut content aspects of the vehicles, because I think it was the glider and the hover vehicle was supposed to get lasers to use as firepower, basically. And I mean, that just sounds really fucking cool to me, but sadly we did not get that. I believe we're also supposed to get what's it called, ammo switching. So like, because there was like literally like a UI in one of the review versions of the game that had both on screen, and yeah, I believe the intention was to basically switch out the ammo so you could switch between whether you wanted to use the rocket shots or the Vulcan shots. Don't know if that would have been the same for the lasers as well, or if that just would have been like a version of like variety. You know, you just choose, okay, well, it's either Vulcan or rockets that go alongside the lasers, or you just kind of switch all around through like a cycle or something. But either way, just there was a lot that the vehicles could have done, should have done, and instead we kind of just got, yeah, the retail version, a little better, sometimes a little worse depending on the stage with the physics, to the point that it got removed. And it just, yeah, I know it's not exactly an easy process to, you know, just recreate it and call it a day. No easy task at all. But it just felt like gotta recreate what the original did, and you know, I think that's kind of why I distanced myself from those critiques at the time, if you will, because I was like, all right, well, let's just try to nail what the original did before adding to it and, you know, really restoring all the content side of things, but it just kind of never happened, unfortunately. So, I mean, I do recall pointing it out at least once, but you know, you gotta keep in mind too that it's a lot of crap to implement to actually consider taking the ideas seriously. Oh, okay. Yeah, just the idea of like having freaking lasers, you know, just I can see it right now. Just multiple lasers kind of scanning the area, going, you know, clockwise, anti-clockwise, almost like the lightsabers in Rebels, Star Wars Rebels, for the Inquisitors, having like multiple directions, you know, spinning around. Oh, I can see it, man. It'd be such a freaking cool, badass kind of feature to have, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's a shame. It's a shame. See, inside the pill of it. Something that's so cool having the snap actually affect objects, since it actually does not do that in the original. So how does it work? I think you do snap to it, but you just drop out of it, or I think more than that, you don't actually, irrespective if there's an enemy behind the object or not, you don't actually snap to it for some reason. You just don't have that kind of programming. That's right, that did change, didn't it? Because I remember going, hey, I should be able to move out of this, I could miss the jump panel, there should be two, even if I can or can't move. And I think both had to individually change between different builds, but yeah, got there eventually. I still think this is such a fucking weird-ass place to not have, like, lasers. The fact you can literally skip that room, irrespective of how fast it is to get through. I can't stand it. It's just RCD stuff of bugging me of sorts. Just, yeah. Something's gotta change. Because that's the thing too, right? This version of Shadow's Kingdom Valley was actually very late when you really break it down. As of September 2006, Shadow's Kingdom Valley progression was actually very similar to how Sonic's progresses through Kingdom Valley, for better or worse. So we know it's a late decision change, so because of which might explain why crap like that is left unattended to, but yeah, this like totally got removed. I don't know if it made its way back. I don't recall it doing so. Yeah, no, it is gone. And I'm just like, okay, there you go. You know, like I'm one of those kind of players or whatever that just kind of thinks, how does this even make sense though? You know, why did GUN know that you were going to be in the future 200 years in advance? To the point that they left a frickin' buggy there for you. This could all be entirely solved by how? Dino Cups! No. But like, seriously, having like a kind of thing, like a menu, a very brief menu, like a gadget almost that Shadow looks at to decide when and if he's going to use a vehicle, and chuck like a bit of an item box capsule to spawn and summon a vehicle. And I believe this is actually something that Chaos is sort of starting to look into. I don't recall pointing it out to him too often, but I know something is in the works regarding that type of a form of implementation. I think I can't remember how it looked, but it was very similar to that original idea I had, where it was basically like, alright, you want to use a vehicle here, you've got that option, which is freaking awesome that we're finally going to be approaching a version of this stage where you have that choice, and hopefully the same for a aquatic base. Because again, it's like, what, frickin' GUN knew 10 years ago that you were gonna be popping up and needed a vehicle to have that assistance? What? No thanks. Actually, maybe not. I'm stupid. Okay, that's... Yeah, I forgot about this. That's fucking frustrating. I don't know why that changed, because I'm pretty certain that Retail Shadow had 2 jump panels at the edge of this bridge of sorts, but now he's put it to be like Sonic's. And the only conclusion I can think of is he just kind of didn't read the message as I explained it. I was saying Sonic's Crisis City should be mirroring Shadow's during this section, where Shadow has 2 jump panels, Sonic's should have 2 jump panels, because it's bad enough that the jump panel isn't at the edge of it, like it is in Retail Shadow Crisis City, but the fact that there's one means it can easily be missed if you're not, careful, and that can happen. But instead of basically copy-pasting Shadow's jump panels to Sonic's Crisis City, he's done the exact opposite. So again, I don't know if this is just a case of me not really explaining it well through messages, or maybe he's trolling me. But either way, yeah, something that will hopefully change in the next release. That's so far back. So glad I pointed out the idea of putting a spring at that part. Just so silly not having it there. Which is a bit of an oversight of the original, I guess, but... Because the fact that you could actually like clip through that part and it could lead to a death is just frustrating. I'm not sure I'm on board with the idea of like having sections of the vehicle kind of glow when you're in Chaos Boost form. It's a bit of cheese there. But at the same time, perhaps that is what kind of makes it work, since it's so early 2000s of an idea. But I don't know. When you really break it down, it's just... Oh, there's another absent bug. Yeah, when you really break it down, it just feels like, what? He was so powerful, he made his vehicle glow, helping him out, making it go faster and stronger, and maybe it had more ammo. It's like, what? What? Is this fucking magic school bus now? I still find it bizarre that this game did have two stories. One intended for single player, of course, the other for multiplayer. Again, this really was trying perhaps a bit too hard to be as big as it was trying to be. Because, aiming, far and wide and high is fine, but you need a budget, unfortunately, for, something as big as this was trying to be. But more than that, you need fucking time and passion. And look, to be honest, despite the game we ended up getting, I don't look at Sonic 06 as the type of game that was developed by people that just wanted to go home. I really do believe that. I don't look at this and think, yeah, they were bored. They wanted to be done with this. They had enough. I really do believe that. I do think while some pretty silly decisions were made, I do think it ultimately, when you really break down the root of the story and the level design and what happens, I do think there really was a purpose there. There was a passion to bring that purpose to life. But it just it ultimately didn't have enough time. Here we are. never left it. So this is exactly why I have in the version I did for the mod, this being the same setting as Crisis City for Sonic and Shadow. And still keeping that nighttime version for Silver. But you know, every time I like circle back to like a fixed or improved version of the story, I always get to this point and I'm always confused with what to do with what to do for Silver's finale, because I very badly want to include Amy, but it's very hard to do that when she doesn't really like Silver at the point of the ending for Silver's story. For multiple factors, but also because she's not exactly around to make that happen. The last we see her before last episode, as far as the timeline goes, is basically she is where? She is in the castle town. And she kind of runs off when she sees the egg carrier approaching the castle. That could imply Kingdom Valley. But I still find it a bit of a stretch, the idea that she would not only get through all of Kingdom Valley, just to, you know, maybe meet up with Silver and Blaze just as Sonic goes through the portal, to then basically tag along with Silver and Blaze to basically progress through Flame Core. I could buy the idea of Amy tagging along with the rest of the team, Silver, if she saw Silver and Sonic kind of, you know, speaking it out type of thing. Maybe before Sonic jumps back into the portal, she notices them and it's like, oh, he's not trying to kill him anymore. Okay, well, you're not my enemy anymore. That much I'm cool with. I can get behind that, but for her to then jump into the portal and to basically tag along with Silver is a bit of a stretch at the moment. I don't really know how I can make that happen. But more than that, how to get her back from Flame Core into the castle town, so it sets her up for last episode. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Because obviously she can't be there at the end if the final cutscene is anything to go off of. And that's the thing, again, unless I'm going to be like changing the story massively, which I don't really want to do, I want to really work with the rules of you can't change any of the video-based cutscenes, and that does mean not changing Silver's final cutscene, like Blaze sacrifices herself in Flame Core. Because while I do think it would be interesting to explore a version of Silver's story where he doesn't go to Flame Core for his final stage, to get that more kind of present timeline, bad future, where Idris is, roaming around in the present story. I still think I'd like to work with what we were given. I think it would make it more rewarding if we could make that work into a fixed version of the story. Because again, I can see her catching up. It's a stretch, but I can see it happening. Getting through all of Kingdom Valley to witness, you know, the two making up, basically. Sonic literally passing him an emerald. But yeah, like I don't know, like unless she basically chases after Sonic, basically goes through the portal first, then the rest follow and they end up going to Flame Core because majority rules both wanted to go to their future. they just all ended up going there. Again, it's still a bit of a stretch, so it's hard to explain away that one. So, yeah, that's kind of where I get to before I just start to go, where do you go from there? Oh, really use a ring right about now. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I don't like how unpredictable the combat-oriented states are, and how you could sometimes go into another jump dash out of it, or how sometimes you will enter the combat-oriented states. I really don't like how unpredictable that is. It's supposed to be enemy health specific, but I swear sometimes it doesn't feel that way. Fuck off, really? Again? But, yeah, I really, I get to that point in the story, and I just think, what am I supposed to do after that? How do you get Amy to go back? And why? Because, like, not to say it can't work, it just feels a bit odd at the moment. Because, you know, on one hand you could say, okay, well maybe she has a Chaos Emerald with her, and she decides, alright, I'll help you, but then, you know, towards the end of this stage decides, alright, I don't like this, I can't handle this, I'm gonna go back and, you know, look for Sonic, let's do Chaos Control, send me back type of thing. Because that just seems a little weird. I feel like it should be one or the other. She either wants to go back immediately or not at all, but for some reason is forced back. And it's hard because, like, again, how do you have her in that final part of the cutscene? Because you can't, at least according to these rules of, like, well, you know, you gotta try to work around the confinements of all the video-based cutscenes, and that's the thing. If you can't have a part of the final cutscene, I mean, like, look, I don't know. You could inject her into the final in-game cutscene, but mid-final boss maybe gets sent back named Nephilis or something like that. It's tricky. It is tricky. Comes down to that happens. As often as it does. Because even if she doesn't have a Chaos Emerald, and is basically forced to, like, work with the Solar Blaze. I thought that was glitching. Interesting. Seems to be an unpredictable thing that happens. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, even if she didn't have an emerald, and she's like, alright, I'll help you till I find one. It still feels a little bit out of character. There would have to be like a lot of dialogue to really help explain her reason for tagging along. maybe Silver could be like, you know, like, look, this is the reason that Eggman is after the princess. You know, we've got to stop him. But, yeah, just, it still becomes a bit unclear how she's going to get back to the castle town after the fact, after the stage. What the fuck? Can I fucking move this thing? Yo, what? Oh, it's an animation? Or is it? What the heck? I don't recall seeing that. Interesting. So it's funny, out of all the vehicles that were removed, that was the only one that pretty much didn't get affected. Where I really do feel like that should have been removed and saved for right now. Because it's only really needed now, and going in the bike earlier doesn't feel warranted. It doesn't really feel like it makes the stage faster. If anything, I'd argue it feels like it gets slower. It's only now where things actually pick up speed. I kind of wish there was a bit of a lock-on for the Vulcan ammo too. That's a little frustrating when you're going up or downhill and it kind of just doesn't. It just looks like it goes into the ground half the time. Yes. And, forgot to do this, didn't I? Ah. Before and after, not during. Whatever. I guess, look, to be fair on the idea for any kind of enhancement to the finale of Silver's story, look at that, that's fucking so bad. So bad. How does that happen? It's frustrating because that's the only thing I have against the gameplay. Anything like really major anyway. Yeah, for the final act of Silver's story, I do think, I really do. Oh, hello. That again. What in the world is going on with the visuals? Seriously, what is this? weird. I don't recall ever seeing that. That's the weird thing. If this was like a previous glitch, fine, but I really don't recall. Yeah, there's something weird going on with like the shadows, I think. Yeah, something off about the shadow. I mean, some look good, but I think it might be relative to that. Anyway, yeah, I think Emmy can work. It's just hard to visualize when you don't really have like a script to work with, because you really kind of have to make one as you go to make it work. Look at that. Weird. But I think it might be a really good opportunity to basically have that kind of a scene where Mephiles does intervene, and we get that cutscene. Because I remember even as a child, I was always like, okay, so hang on, did Mephiles kind of like briefly pop over to where Silver was and flash a bit of light to snag the Chaos Emerald away type of thing? Shadow style? Is that what happened? Or maybe was there a bit of dialogue? He's like, oh, it's you, what are you doing here, traitor? Just bit of a brief scene maybe. So I always try to imagine that, but yeah, perhaps in the build up to the end of that final boss, perhaps something happened where he whisked away Amy. Would be very fucking convenient, to be fair, that he just so happens to send her back to the present timeline. And that's what I mean. It's got to be done carefully, because you want it to be you want it to not come off as convenient, To be fair, there is a lot of fucking convenience in 06's story, but everything I keep coming back to are just kind of cool. It just seems to be always this last part of the sort of story where it's like, okay, getting Amy to Flame Core isn't really a problem. What kind of is a problem is the getting her back, and I just can't really come to some kind of conclusive idea that can work without really including her in the end, And I think I'm okay for the most part with her getting there. But like Sonic's story, there has to be some kind of like conclusion to how she could just basically vanish from that final boss, basically, in the exact same way that Tails and Knuckles vanish from Aquatic Base to Egg Wyvern, Because originally I did want her to be tagging along with Tails and Knuckles in Aquatic Base, and like, look, not to say that that can't happen, but it would have to essentially be like immediately after she gets back from the silver finale, which would be a bit weird. But I mean, to be fair, it's not like it would be intertwined with Sonic's final boss. It would be more so tagging along with the Tails and Knuckles to basically deal with I believe a final Egg Cerberus battle. Actually, I say that, I think it was supposed to be Cerberus and Genesis at the same time. Kind of like guards to the Wyvern area. And that's the thing, so it's supposed to be hurrying. He's like, alright, I'm going ahead if you guys are cool with it. Which you can accuse an Amy. Yeah, it's really difficult, because I'm trying to think even now, and just... Because the only options really are Mephiles or Chaos Emeralds, and both seem very convenient. Because... Oh, fuck off. Come on, man. Come on. Why, because Jack is black. What? Just work! No, but seriously, it just, because what do you do? Because while I do feel like Chaos Emeralds is the way to go, as opposed to Mephiles being the one that does it, I don't know, just... Because Mephiles works for the sake of kind of giving us that, like, setup of, oh, okay, he is gonna, you know, reveal himself to Silver after the fact, but it still kind of paints Mephiles as a bit odd. Like, why doesn't he act sooner? Why doesn't he send certain characters into different times? Like, why doesn't he send Amy into, like, prehistoric times so she can't get an emerald to get back or something? Or, yeah. Why does he send her back to the present? I don't really want to add to that list of idiot moments of Mephiles. Because again, there's enough where it's like, okay, how come Mephiles doesn't do this and that? But yeah, if you go with the Emerald route, then it's like, okay, fine. But yeah, how come she vanishes? Why does she help Silver as long as she does? Does she find an emerald in Flamecore? Because really, she probably shouldn't, because there's only really supposed to be one emerald there. The one that Shadow and Rouge end up getting. And I guess giving to Sonic and Gang. And even then, they've got more than enough emeralds when they go back to Flamecore to technically send Amy back. So why don't they just do it from the get-go? You really would have to, like, bring in some kind of just convenient kind of form of inability to do such things. For example, you know, Amy's basically demanding, all right, you know, I want to go back. You know, I was trying to get to Sonic. And Silver or Blaze basically just go. It looks like the emerald hasn't recharged enough. You know, we're gonna have to wait a little longer, or something along those lines. And it's just, again, very convenient. It's like, okay, or what can be done in the meantime. And again, maybe there could be like a brief explanation to basically point out that, okay, this is why Eggman is after release. What are you going to do about it, Amy? And maybe even some kind of like a statement could be made where she's like, look, I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing this for release. And that's the only reason she's helping out. And then at the end of the stage, alright, yeah, I think the emerald's recharged enough or whatever. Alright, thanks for your help, Amy. Sends it back type of thing, I don't know. It just, but even then it still feels like, okay, but then if she's doing it for release and not silver, and then that's why she's tagging along, why doesn't she help with the final boss? You know, it just, it's plausible, but still questionable. That should do it. Yeah. It could even be said that, like, I guess by having that kind of progression throughout the stage, the final stage, that, like, maybe Amy starts to realize, okay, maybe I was wrong about you, Silver. You really do, you know, I do see now that why you were going after Sonic and what you were trying to prevent. To kind of add to that whole, alright, I'll help you. But more than that, oh, okay, I can see that, you know, you've got this. I can't really do much else than, you know, thrash around the hammer. Alright, you've got this. We'll leave this with you and your teammate. Especially if she starts to, like, react to Iblis, because I think, you know, getting through the stage is one thing, but then when she really sees the doom and terror of Iblis and the scale of such a creature, and basically realize, oh, okay, this is what you were talking about, this is what you've been trying to go up against. Okay, yeah, no, I can't, this is out of my league. I need to get back to Sonic. Is the emerald ready or not? Yeah, I think I could see that happening. It would be a bit of a stretch, but it's, I think, the most conceivable route to take if we were to actually include Amy in Silver's finale. And of course, absolutely a lot of, like, new and custom dialogue would be required to basically make that scenario actually make sense and sound plausible. Yeah, more realistic. long. I've said this before, but I really would want to swap this section of Aquatic Base for Sonic's. So basically the platforming that Sonic gets are put in place for Shadows, and Shadows with the fast jump panel straight to this section give to Sonic. Because again, I'm supposed to imply that there's like a fast-paced kind of level for Sonic as opposed to Shadow. I mean, to be fair, the idea of there being a stage full stop for Shadow and Silver at this point in the story is already a bit... What? Sorry, hang on. Child Elise managed her way through all of this? Pretty good though, as it stands. Yeah, wow, he really does get raised up. Interesting. I love how easy that is for an S rank. Yeah, I must say, for like all the changes that I would still want to make to Shadow, there's no denying that Shadow's stages are probably the most fun to go through when you have Chaos Blasting to throw around. If it weren't for that, I probably would be speaking up about it a bit more often. Because they're like very good substitutes for, yeah, the normal kind of platforming methods of getting around. Has this changed? I swear to God this has changed. I don't remember this much laser activity. I mean, not to say that there wasn't before, I just don't really, I don't remember it kind of being like that. Oh, fuck off, that much health? Jeez. So I remember someone basically pointing out how the Ermin's glider played compared to how it looked, and how, yeah, gameplay-wise it apparently really sucked, but it looked really good when you weren't playing it. I do think that's kind of a shame, because I do think, you know, from a glance it really does look pretty impressive. To the point that I kind of would want Chaos to take notes on like how it visually was conveyed and how it was like performing like flipping tricks, and yeah, it was like flat out flipping into like a quick step type of motion, and it looked really, really, really cool. Can't stand how much health you lose from that. I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's more so the fact that they just kind of fall randomly. Because I didn't really like that in the original. It just felt like, why? What's causing, like, show, don't tell type of thing, you know? Show an enemy taken them out and make that clear that, oh, okay, that's why you have to avoid them, expect that they're going to fall. Because otherwise, I really just feel like I've been on like a 50-50. Is this gonna? Isn't this gonna? The amount of score bonus you can get from these kinds of sections alone is insane. Yeah, look at that. Already got an S rank. That is scary. That is scary. You want a quick S rank here? Just spam RT. So I've always kind of struggled getting the S rank in the next section alone. Just do all the hard work in the first section, you'll be fine. That's so busted. That really shouldn't happen. But oh, well, it did. Nice little teaser to the bosses. What my force is going to look like and all. Dude, he's so OP. It's actually insane. Huh. I thought that was scripted. So hoping for that spring to point us to the pole so we can really make use of that, since it really hasn't been used at all. So I don't even think a mod has made use of it, which is like, what? How does that happen? Freaky detection. Oh well. Oh yeah, I forgot it's infinite when you have Chaos Burst on. Not sure how I feel about that. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but at the same time, I do still feel like, again, there's a bit of that early 2000s cheese of like, he was so powerful, he had unlimited ammo! So much, man! That's the stuff. He was the most powerfulest of them all. He had infinity. He had so much aura, he made the beach grow grass and flower. Ooh. I love how this has the extra gate coming up, so you really see where you are supposed to go. You don't feel like you're waiting for the next gate to rise up. I mean, it's so simple, a change, and yet, holy cow, what a difference. This is cool. I like this little mechanic. really, see, like that does feel like an improvement to the original, because you can kind of hover in the air if you hold the jump button after jumping, and but after doing that, you can only really kind of steer around. It doesn't feel like you can do anything with that. But this really does feel like it takes that idea and kind of flies with it. Very useful. Especially if you can't stand the freaking terrain of the wavy sand dunes, but... How does that work? How does Alexa Dusty Desert have more fucking waves than fucking Wave Ocean? I know that's changed recently, but it's still comical to me that that's how it ended up in the final. So I think this was another case of reversal enemy, but I did point out this true chaos, and yeah, it changed. Lovely. I still think this is a bit, because you can literally go above that and be greeted with invisible collision, and it's just like, okay. That's what I mean. It's like, how do we get Kingdom Valley, an ancient ruin of castle, to have lasers, and we don't have this kind of an area? The equivalent of the same thing, but in the desert, but with lasers as well. Especially since, again, Eggman was here. You absolutely would have armored it up. Is dude still lurking underground? No? Where am I supposed to go then? Did it do it? No. Where am I going? Oh. Duh. Yeah, I see this is still camera specific. I should be able to face where I'm facing this way. Press Y and have the camera reset to face there instead of, okay, well that's where the camera's facing, turn Omega around. You know, like, do it like that, you know? It should... That's how it should work, I feel. I feel like that's a given, you know? But instead, nope. Nope. Oh, you want to go there? Nope. Oh, but you still got nope. Really? Come on. But yeah, maybe I'll point that out. Maybe the idea of, can you like tell the controls to basically reset the camera as you trigger into that state? Maybe that'll help kind of simplify the way of maybe trying to go about solving that problem through programming means. Ooh, is this another case? Just facing the wrong direction, maybe? Maybe. There was a freaking huge amount of enemies that were facing the wrong direction in this stage. This is really where I noticed it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Because it only really seemed to be for like the big... Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I really did miss more than a couple. Nah, come on. They must be turning around, surely. But that's the thing, when I A-B'd it to the original, I was bewildered to the amount that were spawning in, facing the wrong direction. It really was. Because you think, oh, well, yeah, no. They have to be turning around. They're just looking around type of thing. No. A lot of the time, they surprisingly are not. As much as I do like this new addition, I do want to have that original moveset. You know, whether it's you hold down a button to do it or what. I don't really care how it's done. I just, you know, again, don't replace the old. Expand on it, make variety out of it. So I feel like I'm one of the few that actually did, you know, like that moveset. Oh, that's cool. Forget if I pointed that one out, but why is it like always right before the end? I always seem to lose the moves. It's like a logical thing, isn't it? That's terrible. Are you fucking kidding? And of course, the one time I need the frickin' thing to lock on and it doesn't. Jesus, worked. Alright. Well, that's unchiefing it. Realised I probably should have saved the extra till after this, since I'm essentially going to need to come back here. Also not really a fan of the fact that like the ammo doesn't really replenish with time like the vehicles do. Because that's the thing, yeah, the vehicles will replenish. I think after like 5 seconds or so, or something like that if you're idle and not using it. But Omega, not so much. And it just kind of feels like, what? Are we trying to say Omega's weaker than a vehicle? Because really, it should obviously be the other way around. Because the idea is that, well, okay, but it replenishes through the light cores and, yeah, the chaos drives. Makes sense? And yeah, sure, fine, when it's not idle and it isn't replenishing that way, because otherwise, I do think when idle, because it happens too often, you could defeat your last enemy in a room and are firing around, destroying, you know, boxes and item boxes and stuff like that, and oh no, I ran out of ammo. Okay, I'll wait around. Oh, it's not replenishing. What? What? Like, take for example right now. Okay, I just defeated the last enemy. I'm gonna shoot around. I'm gonna try to get all these. Oh, okay, I ran out of ammo. Alright, I'll wait around. Oh, I'm out of ammo still. Did I do something wrong? Oh, it's not replenishing. I'm waiting around. Or maybe if I just, you know, leave it idle, maybe it's a bit more specific. 2, 3, 4, 5. Still hasn't replenished. What the hell? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hop into a vehicle with shadow, do the same thing. Oh, 2 to 5 seconds later, okay, you're back. You got 50 plus 100. Boom. Go again. Oh, look at that! I still can't use hammer. You know, it's a bit strict, a bit too strict, I think, especially compared to the vehicles. So I think for sure that should change. It's only when I screw up it just starts to kind of hack up. But I've got ammo for that. Come on, man. It's funny how, like, climbing terrain was very much like against the intended, like, guide for, like, going about making any of the move sets for all the characters, but slowly over time we have had to kind of bring that in for the ease of progressing for whatever stage as whoever, whether silver or omega. Yeah, interesting stuff. Alright, maybe I can save the rank with a bit of blasting. Brain blast! Can you, like, just never die there? That'd be really great. Holy shit. thing too. You have to be mindful of how many like objects you destroy versus enemies, because enemies are the only kind of way you're going to get your ammo back. So it's not exactly inviting or encouraging to want to go out and destroy the boxes, irrespective of the score that you do get from it. And that's kind of a shame. I think that did change in damage values, because I do remember pointing this out more than once to Chaos, basically just going, look man, I don't know how to say this, but the hitbox for Omega is pretty freaking whack in the original, to the point that this particular damage can deal like more than 3. It's what kind of makes Omega feel fun to play, even though it's not exactly per se the way they intended it to be played. They kind of indirectly made Omega more enjoyable because of his stupid buggy hitbox, or make of that what you will, whether or not you make this one moveset have more damage. If you are going to do it so it has more damage, then it's hard to say, but like, look, if you do 2 or even 3, it will be making Omega more fun, just like the original, even though it's perhaps not the way that it was intended to be. But that said, I still do recommend and advise at least having +2 damage instead of just 1, because when it is going to be working, it will be taking even longer to get through the enemies with a normal hitbox. And sure enough, nothing changed, and it released as it was, and when that happened, people were like, yeah, no, I don't like Omega, man, it takes way too long to get through enemies. Can this change? This is really slower and sluggish. And eventually, sure enough, it did change. I think it's like 2 or 3 damage now, but yeah, it's interesting how an OP Omega basically made him more enjoyable to use, irrespective of him being the fastest character to use. Like, what, huh? Did I not flip the fucking switch? See, I don't like that, because this has actually happened before. It just, yeah, that's a bit selective when it decides to kick into gear, but whatever. Let's try this again. Energy by the time I get back down here. Yes, I will. Yeah, that fucking drains real fast. To the point that I feel like I have to rush just to freaking salvage the damn thing. Though how that didn't lead to a death, but the other ones did, is beyond me. Yeah, I think for me personally, I just don't really like the fact that it's not up to the player where the shadow does or doesn't do a chaos combat-oriented state. I really feel like we should have that that option, that control, that ability to do it. As opposed to, well, no, it's more enemy specific. But that's just my view. But there we go, that's all the stages done. Doggy style. Cool. Yeah. Let's jump back in. Get that little upgrade. I really want to try this out a bit more because I don't really feel like I've done a lot justice to this. See, the thing is, I think you can actually what? Is that delayed? What the fuck? Yeah, I think you can actually skip some of the pillars. Well, technically, you can skip any of them as long as you get through one of them to keep the next one or two that are coming, which is pretty forgiving. So look at that, out of ammo. Whoa! Holy shit. Anyway, and it's replenished, so actually let's see what happens if I skip that. Yeah, so is the next one. Go through. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, as long as you get that last one spawned and you go through, you're good. Yeah, a bit forgiving, a bit too forgiving maybe. But I must say it is very sluggish and very painfully tedious if you do miss it and you're basically forced to turn around, go back and go through it. Like this. Dude, what the fuck is the lock-on doing? Hit the fucker! Ugh. Whoa. I didn't realize you had that much control over your movement whilst you're doing that. That's kind of cool. yeah, there's like a very small window of time there that allows you to move, and if you move enough to escape that little window of collision, it kind of just doesn't trigger the next part. And that's it. That's the game. So did this change or nah? No, it did not. Okay. See, again, I'm a bit more accepting of this, because again, I can look at this and be like, okay, even if Chaos didn't intend this to be like Northern Light territory, I can kind of get behind that. My own little headcanon of sorts. But, Flame Core is like, what? How does the frickin' stage that looks more like the Northern Lights supposed to not be that, and yet this that looks more like a pretty sky doesn't have the Northern Lights? It's like, what? How does that happen? Okay, what did I clearly forget to do? Or maybe, just maybe, is it more, no, it's not. There we go. I swear you didn't need to do that before. Holy shit. One hit kills for enemies with like 8+ health. Holy crap, man. I am a god! Oh, that's great. Yeah, I remember wanting that as a feature, like, growing up, but, like, it never even, you know, dawned on my mind to, you know, even consider that it could actually happen. We could actually get that as a thing in Pure 6. That's, very reassuring, you know? So that's what I mean when I say, you know, you have, you know, people that, like, have the same kinds of, like, ideas. That's when you know that you've got that same kind of passion for whatever it is. I mean, I've often kind of said that sometimes it has felt like the amount of, like, arguments or even just discussions have kind of felt like a marriage some of the times. It just it all stems from just wanting to make it the best darn thing out there, ultimately. Dude, he fucking obliterates the fucking towers. What the fuck? He fucking demolishes the towers. I didn't know that is what happens. I just thought, never mind what I thought. Holy shit. That's so fucking cool. Wow. Yeah, I didn't realize I did that. That was sick. Yeah, that's great. Very cool. Yes, that is the game. Very cool. Very exciting when we get to the next one. Yeah, I personally am really curious to see what others think of certain choices that have been made. What's to come. Yeah, very exciting stuff ahead. But I think I'll end it how I started it. But I am pretty much out of time now, so I'm going to need to wrap this up. Yeah, I really do hope that we get to see this kind of stuck together in PR6, because that would, I think, really would complete it. Because, you know, we've essentially got every single demo, right? Right? Because, yeah, no, he did. He implemented the TGS06 stuff. Yeah, I forgot about that, yeah. Yeah, so we've got the Xbox Live Arcade demo, we've got the TGS06 demo. In the next release we're going to have the complete E3 demo in the form of Kingdom Valley being included. So, yeah, really, we just need this tech demo slapped onto the test stage as well. Whether it's, you know, built in, or it literally launches into this, like as an exe type of thing, and it'll essentially be complete. I think it would be a shame. I mean, it has been achieved, to be fair, so at least it's there. You can still play it, irrespective if it's through PS6, but I can't help but feel like people won't be experiencing it if it's not a part of PS6. Don't know why, but I do get that vibe. But yeah, the amount that has been done here is absolutely amazing. Because I mean, even though I did help out a little bit for the next like update compared to the first one, you know, it really doesn't bother me that I wasn't credited. I just I'm so amazed and impressed with how much has been done. Perhaps even more so for what you know, went from the first version to the update, because I really did not expect this to have updates done to it. I really thought this was just, okay, well that's it, done, out the way, move on to the next Pure 6 thing. But yeah, very surprising. Alright, screw it. Just so I can really say, yeah, I covered the whole fucking package. Nisa will include teaches or 6. I tend to forget, where do we go to get to where? I think this was it, right? And then that takes us to the Euro 6 test stage. Yes. And then from here, we go up here. Oh, that's right, he like totally recreated the menu, didn't he? Yes, that's right, because I tried to get him to remake the MGS06 menu, only to no avail. That's right, it happened. Nah, for real, sorry, it would have been a lot of work to get it to behave the way it was intended to be, but and even then, you know, it just I feel like it will make it more of a surprise getting to the explanation video to point it out there. So that's kind of how I intended a lot of the videos to kind of serve as like a means of still goes full goddamn. To serve as a means of like explanation to Chaos as well before he covers it. Whoa, that is anal. Holy crap, that is really precise in collision. Actually, no, I'm misremembering it. I gotta remind myself, Pure 6 does not have warp collision for the sides, and that is a fucking huge problem that needs to be fixed. I haven't gotten a chance to point it out too often, but yeah, that is absolutely an issue with Pure 6 and not the original. Yeah, I actually was going to point it out as we were going through Shadow Kingdom Valley, but I guess just had to wait to get to this version. Am I missing something, or is the gauge up actually adding some maturity? I don't think that's supposed to happen. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I don't think that's supposed to happen. Whew. Wow, that is pricky. Gotta be mindful. I gotta remind myself to see if I can find footage of the results screen, because I'm not 100% sure if the rings in the background there are actually faithful. Because these demo leftover files have a tendency to have very minor inaccuracies to the real deals, so I do want to kind of throw that out there in case either this changes or if I do point it out in a video. Okay, that's... What am I doing? Blah. Yeah, might as well for the demo purposes, yeah. Yay. I really wonder how things would have gone if I did end up growing up with a version of R6 like this. Would it have been as influential as it has been to my writing journey? Would I have not felt the need or desire to get into modding because everything that I wanted to do modding wise was there in the final game? Because I feel like it all kind of stems from like a similar kind of curiosity that people have when they see like a different version of a movie floating around on like YouTube, and they're like, wait, what? That's not the version I watched. What the hell's this? And it's like, oh, okay, well that was, you know, different region type of deal, or that version is like a version from a few decades ago that didn't have that scene, or did have that scene but was removed. I remember it happening with my father. He owned a copy of Dumb and Dumber, and there was an iconic scene regarding a little old lady, as Jim Carrey calls her, and it's a very iconic scene, and it's how both of us watched the movie, but then something led to another, ended up losing that copy of the movie, ended up replacing it, but we replaced it, we watched the movie, scene was gone. And to this day, that is considered the version of the movie that is the canon, basically. And I'm not even sure if you can find this little old lady scene as a deleted scene anymore. So it's super bizarre to why they got rid of that. But they did, and yeah, and just that's what I mean. That's how it starts when you basically compare what you've what you're used to, and you basically find out, hang on a minute, something is not right here. There is stuff that's inaccurate or different. What's this other version? And just that's why I'm always fascinated by like the Star Wars Special Edition changes. I don't look at the changes that were made and just frown or what the heck is he doing? Or how can he make so many changes? No, I'm just very intrigued with the amount of changes and how often it either does or doesn't happen. And I think Earth 6 is no exception. When I first saw the Supermodern, I was like, okay, well, what's this? The Rainbow Gem 2, what the heck is this? How do I get this? Why is this different? It was that curiosity of differences. I remember first kind of experiencing it through movies, as far as like A being like the PSP movies go, because like that really opened my eyes, because what was it? I think it was Fantastic Four, I believe. I watched that pretty often back in the day, because it was the only like movie, one of the only like superhero movies I had on the PSP. So I know it pretty damn off by heart. And eventually, when I ended up watching what I didn't know was the extended edition, you can imagine my surprise with all the new scenes. But then when I ended up getting to watch the normal version of the movie, I was still surprised with how different it was from the PSP version, because it still had differences. And I was like, what is it with this movie and the differences? Holy cow. Same could be said for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I remember watching that and being like, wait, what? Where the heck did Back Off, you little freak, come from? There's very like small scenes like that sprinkled throughout the factory scenes in the movie that I know weren't a part of the PSP version, because it's what I grew up with. And again, it just kind of stems from that curiosity of like, well, how many different versions are there, and why are these different versions? Is it specific and exclusive to the PSP version, or was it how it was for a DVD release? Yeah. Fascinating stuff. See, I couldn't turn around just there. I was pushing back and he didn't turn around at all. So, yeah, that issue does still apply, but it's not as prominent as it was, I think. But, see if I can like figure out like a solution or some method to kind of point it out, if I can get it more consistently, because it isn't exactly ideal gameplay. It's not a good feeling when you're literally pushing in the other direction and the character doesn't do that. Here we go, Trail of Rings. Yeah, see, that is not actually accurate to how the leftover file is, so I'm guessing he probably copied this from the Xbox Live Arcade demo instead of the TGS06 leftovers. Which probably, yeah, that's how to do it. Is this linked as a leader? Yes, it is. Good. I pointed that out a few times, and eventually we got there. That's the main thing. Good. There we go. That's all the stages now. Very good. I'm surprised. I thought for sure I would have had to have wrapped this up about half an hour ago, but guess not. It's alright. Managed to get it all done. Unfortunately, not in one stream though. That's a bit pricky. But it doesn't seem to happen too often, to be fair, when the stream decides to bail on me. Or rather, when OBS decides to bail on me. But holy crap, when it happens. Oh, bad, it happens. But, that was good. Relive Pier 6, P-Teages. But, that's the game. But yeah, that will be all from me for today. I will be returning very shortly with Shatter, as promised. I don't know yet when. Don't know what my body clock's doing. It's kind of in one of those weird cycles, so yeah, it could be 12 hours, 18 hours, I don't know, we'll see. Because I've been up for a while now, I probably will sleep on it. I don't think I'll be doing like a noon kind of stream. I'll be pushing myself, unless I do want to kind of actually like chip into the progress and progression of the story. But see how we go. But for now, that will be all from me for today. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Till next time, have a good one. Stay safe. And I'll see you all next time, guys. Peace.